collective bargaining association process. So just Jeffco Public Schools and Jespa. Before we get into agenda, we'll just do some quick round of introductions. So Matt Polero, Chief Student Success Officer.
I'm Brent Case, counsel for the district.
Oh, your mic's not on. You can say it again.
Oh, you guys want to hear it again? Brent Case, counsel for the district.
We can hear you, but the live stream doesn't. That's why I was hoping for people watching. My name's Darcy Hassler, paraprofessional.
Robert Elrod, facility manager.
Tiffany Beestrom, paraeducator.
Vicki Flores, Jespa staff.
Xander Kashub, Jespa president.
Sarah Smith, preschool, president of JCPK.
Nikki Saunders, parapro.
Mi nombre es Delia Pacheco, mamá de Jefferson High School.
All right, welcome. And we do have interpretation this evening that's simultaneous. So we'll keep that in mind as we proceed. I'm just going to put up on the screen a proposed agenda to make sure that we have all the items that we need to get through this evening and make sure that they're in the correct order. So give me 1 second here. All right, so we've already gone through introductions. We anticipate that you'll be countering the FNS MOU first this evening. Is that accurate?
Can we walk through the whole agenda
Sure.
first? We
Yep.
might have a proposed change.
Okay, yep, you bet. So then followed by Jespa financial proposals, so compensation and benefits, wondering about a break for dinner. And then the district is ready to counter Article 5 attendance, 8 leaves, and then wrap up the evening with a joint communication, which would include a summary of the facts from this evening and then agenda setting for April 17th. Is there something you'd like to change on the agenda or an order?
We'd like to talk about the proposals that we've made that you have not countered and at the last meeting said that you rejected. So we'd like to talk a little bit about that before we jump into the agenda.
Is everything else on the agenda in the appropriate order?
I think so.
Okay. How does it look for dinner break between Jespa's presentation and the district's presentation?
I think that's fine.
Okay. All right, we'll open it up to you.
Well, we'd like to entertain a conversation. We've filed a grievance, a second grievance on the district's bargaining. We believe not in good faith. And so we're here to negotiate. We'd like to ask you to reconsider your position in refusing to counter our proposals or discuss our interests, which include staffing our students safely and adequately to meet their needs, and about our bargaining unit work and outsourcing.
Okay, well, I think that presents a good question. You began your discussion with indication that you filed a grievance on this subject, which I was surprised to hear about, considering it's a matter that pertains to collective bargaining, which we're doing here at the table. So do you want to discuss this issue at the table or in the grievance process? I would assume most people would want to discuss it at the table, but I guess I'm kind of wondering if it makes sense to discuss that, given that you've initiated a separate procedure under the current collective bargaining agreement that has nothing to do with negotiations. So
it has a lot to do with negotiations, and what we were told was that the district will be here to negotiate in good faith. We want to talk about our proposals. We'd like to see a counter. We'd like to see some discussion. We'd like to see some creativity in talking about the important issues that our members care about. We have filed a grievance because our contract has been violated now twice with the imposition of a facilitator 3 hours into bargaining and with the outright rejection and refusal to discuss our proposals. So yes, those are grievances. If you'd like to negotiate and talk, those grievances become easily settled.
Well, look, the fact of the matter is, and I anticipate that you would see something along these lines in response to the grievance, but I discern a misunderstanding about the concept of good faith bargaining. Now, I think when you go and read about this, you'll see that good faith bargaining does not require either side to make a counter, to accept a proposal, or to make a compromise on a proposal. I think that your grievance and your point of view assumes the exact opposite. That has no basis in law or in the way that collective bargaining is done. And, if you have some authority to indicate otherwise, I'd sure be interested in reading it. But I guess that's, it's kind of where I'm coming from. And I understand that this is a repeat of the discussion from the last negotiation session that we had. But, the bottom line is, for example, if we make a proposal to say that, every member of the bargaining unit has to wear blue jeans on Fridays. Are you expected to come back and say, no, not Fridays, but what about Thursdays? No, of course not. You're permitted and you're engaged in good faith bargaining when you say, we don't want that as part of our collective bargaining agreement. And that's what we've got going on here. The Jespa made a couple of proposals that you were allowed to present them. We mulled them over. We determined that they infringe upon traditional management rights that are set forth in the collective bargaining agreement and are standard in the field, and determined that we're not interested in having that subject be a part of this collective bargaining agreement. I know you disagree, but that's the district's position.
I guess what our people want to know is from you, Matt, why isn't the district interested in talking about staffing and believes that discussions around staffing our buildings appropriately, making sure there's job security for our bargaining unit work, why is the main question that I think our members have here.
I would respond by saying we are interested in that. But what you put forward in terms of proposed solutions are an infringement upon our management rights, and we're not interested in that.
Well, so what we normally would do is discuss the issues and come to a reasonable solution. And what we see is that the district already has been working with us on the very issues we've been talking about. We have Jeff Gatlin, who we'd love to see at the table because he has been working with us on outsourcing and bringing work back in-house and changing policies. And we'd love to see Terry here, who's interested in the same things that our members are interested in and that we've already been working on. So the idea that you reject our proposals in full because they infringe upon management rights is an interesting argument that you can make. But we are sitting here trying to work on the issues that affect our members' lives daily. And I don't believe that you're not interested in it because of management rights, because I'm seeing that the district is interested in the same things we are.
I recognize your position, Vicki, and you filed 2 grievances. So we have a separate process to work through to resolve those issues. And that's where we're at right now.
I'm sorry.
Please.
May I speak? There's a difference in the employer talking about an issue and receiving input from an employee group concerning an issue. There's a difference between that and then committing to certain things in a collective bargaining agreement. And it's the latter that the district is not willing to entertain. So I'm not sure what process you're referring to with respect to how the district has been working with Jespa on these things. What process is that? Ms. Flores?
Jeff Gatlin and Terry Salmons presented to the school board in February a plan to bring work in-house. We've had conversations about outsourcing with the district over the last 2 years.
So in what context? In what context were the conversations?
They were at the negotiations table.
Okay, so
we've had a process where we sit here and we discuss and we negotiate, and we don't have to like each other's ideas or positions. We don't have to like the way they're said. You don't have to like what language they're spoken in, but we've had a pretty good track record of working through it in the past, even when you disagree and we disagree with you. That's the point. But it's kind of looking like you're refusing to negotiate at all. And on top of many other things, negotiating in bad faith. We have the right to file a grievance. And if you want to say that the grievance process now stops you from bargaining, that's not true. We can resolve the grievance right here by bringing the people to the table who also care about the things we care about and talking through it until we have some sort of solution that doesn't short-staff students and put them in dangerous situations and gives our people that work here, that work for you, some sense of respect and job security.
I don't want to waste your time with repeating myself, but I think you have our position.
Well, I think your position is a mistake, and I think our members think it's a mistake for the district to have hired you. To represent them because you don't work here.
Well, first of all, Ms. Flores, I think, making things personal, I'm not sure that makes much sense. I sort of wonder if, you believe that you can keep saying this and keep repeating yourself and saying the same position and throw out accusations of failure to bargain in good faith, which are just legally wrong. One of the reasons why I think I'm here is because you, or the group, I should say, not you, but you are, throwing out these sort of things as if they were true, and they are not. They are wrong. And it's things like that that I think are preventing us from discussing the real issues here. For example, we've got a certain amount of time tonight. You're here. You've agreed to give a proposal on compensation, which I assume is a proposal that will be very important to your group. Yet, instead of talking about it, you're having us reiterate something that was explained very clearly in the last session. I understand that you don't, maybe you don't appreciate me being here and articulating that position. Fair. But that's the position. So if you'd like to get to the business of bargaining something that is actually permitted under the collective bargaining agreement that you all agree to, then we should get to that, in my view.
We come to the table with interests. We want to speak about them and talk about them and have a conversation. We have spent all year engaging members, doing surveys, speaking to people in buildings who are working with our kids. These are the priorities that we have. We want to engage in a conversation and find solutions to these issues. That is what we do at the table, and that is what we're trying to do now. We have seen people. This is difficult, right? We've seen half of the transportation budget go towards private companies. Taxpayer dollars spent on public services are not being used to pay people to work in these jobs. We have seen paraeducators in our buildings who are not Jeffco employees. We are talking about consistency, safety for students. So this isn't just about us sitting here. It's about the students that we're serving in Jeffco. It's a community. That's why we bring these issues here. We see them every day. We deal with them every day. And we want to continue a conversation about it. That's what we're doing.
Thanks, Sander. I would propose that we jump into the agenda to get to the issues that we've prioritized for this evening. Would we like to move into the FNS pilot?
Well, I just want to make it very clear that we have priorities as well, and you're dismissing these members' priorities. We can jump into these issues as well, but staffing and outsourcing our bargaining unit work and just basic respect of the staff are the number one priorities they talk about daily to us. So I think while you may want us to move on and stop talking about this, we're here ready to talk about these issues.
So I think you have the district's position on the issue. If you'd like to say anything else, we're happy to listen.
I just wanted to give you some information. So I'm a paraeducator at Sobeski, 7 years, and been in the district for 16. I speak for a lot of the paraeducators, and I have a lot of personal experience with the outsourcing. We currently have 6 paras at my school that are outsourced. When you add up, what I was able to find is there's 4 companies that are being paid to the tune of $3.7 million for outsourcing for what I do. When I ask the outsourcers, hey, there's job openings for Jeffco, why don't you apply for it? They won't, because they'll take a pay cut. So what does that say? We're talking about belonging, relationship. If a contractor makes more than I do, how is that going to be a sense of belonging, a sense of consistency? We're not able to pick who comes in. The agency sends people. We have very specific special needs kids. And so we're not able to see, is this person going to be a good fit for these kids' needs? We just get dumped with these people and we have no idea who they are. They don't have the same trainings. They don't have the same expectations. A lot of times they don't have the same job responsibilities, but yet they make more than I do. But then the district tells me, you're valued. I don't see it. That's hypocrisy. I don't, we have the hop, skip, ride. I know Trevor's not here to speak about that. We have about 15 cars every day that come to and from my school. So I don't see how this type of money can be sustainable for replacing Jeffco employees with outsourced people and then have the Jeffco Thrives 2025 shoved down my throat for job stability and consistency and belonging, because they don't match.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Darcy Hassler, I'm just going to piggyback a little bit on that. Our interest that we brought was on student-centered and adequate staffing, and centering our staffing decisions on the needs and well-being of students is crucial to our collective success. And we were seeking to create a team to create those appropriate staffing ratios. I know staffing ratios already exist, and we just wanted to discuss them. Previously, last year, we actually bought ratios, and those were denied, and that's fine. We just wanted to talk about them to create that extraordinary student experience and provide job security and stability for ESPs, recognizing that our students and our people are our strength. I took about an hour and a half and calculated the para hours per building, as well as the enrollment based on the October counts and the recommendations in the SBB, and I understand their recommendations. It's not a requirement, and principals are free to choose whatever they want. But the recommendations are 55 hours per 1,000 students, which is 5.5%. And when I looked at all elementary schools, on average, it was about double that, which the actuals were. Similarly, for the middle schools and the high schools, the actuals were about double the recommendation. So we just wanted to bring that to the table and have the district just take a look at it. And it's a horrible decision to have to make. Do I want a paraprofessional to help do small groups? Or do I want a digital teacher librarian full-time instead of half-time? Or an SEL half full-time instead of half-time? And these are horrible decisions that are being made. I know you've heard all this before, but when we look at the actuals versus the recommendations, again, maybe the SBB needs to be looked at. And again, I just looked at paraprofessionals and it didn't take long.
Thanks, Darcy.
Okay, one more thing. It's important to hear these interests because they relate very much so to our needs with compensation, with benefits, how we're supported as workers. So it is also important to share these things loudly and proudly. We need our people to hear it. We need the district to hear it. This is what is happening in our buildings.
Thanks, Sander.
We'd like to take a quick caucus to just prep really briefly, 5-10 minutes for the counter. Thank you.
Sounds good.
But
Okay, we are back from a quick caucus, and we are ready. I know Robert wanted to say one thing, so we'll let him do that, and then get into the FNS pilot.
So Matt, at the last board meeting 2 months ago, your CEO, or COO, excuse me, and your director of transportation was asked not once but twice, what is your exit plan for outsourcing transportation? What is that plan?
I'd have to go back and watch the board meeting.
Twice you were asked.
I wasn't asked.
No, your COO and your transportation director. Your transportation director admitted that it's not sustainable.
Yep, I'd be happy to follow up with Jeff and Terry.
Okay, we have two parents from the FNS pilot working group with us today. I'll let them introduce themselves, but they are here to share the MOU counter that we have. They have been crucial to the work that we have been doing in the pilot, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Mi nombre es Delia Pacheco. Soy mamá piloto de la escuela Jefferson. Y voy a leer este memorando.
Mi nombre es Azucena Rubio.
Memorando de entrenamiento entre Distrito Escolar del Condado de Jefferson, R-1, el Distrito, Asociación de Profesionales de Apoyo a la Educación de Jespa. Para el año escolar 2024-2025, SY24-25, los servicios de alimentación y nutrición de JEPCO, FNS, han identificado 3 escuelas para preparar y servir comidas todos los días usando recetas culturalmente relevantes proporcionadas por miembros del grupo de trabajo en la comunidad de Edgewater. Las escuelas incluyen la escuela primaria Edgewater, Jefferson Juniors y la escuela Lambert. Y luego se propone expandir a 2 áreas de articulación por más años escolar. Con el enfoque de la equidad y elevar las voces de las familias, las recetas serán modificadas para compartir con los estándares nutricionales del Departamento de Agricultura de los Estados Unidos, la USDA, y para el uso de producción en gran escala, como lo exigen las políticas federales. La FNS, en coordinación con los equipos de trabajo identificados a continuación, trabajarán para desarrollar en forma creativa de mejorar la introducción más elementos culturales relevantes en el menú y buscar ingredientes de calidad de origen local como sea posible, de procedimiento mínimo. Antecedentes: el distrito, los servicios de alimentación y nutrición, la comunidad Jespa y otros grupos representativos, incluyendo a Jespa, acuerdan trabajar juntos para mejorar las proporciones de servicio de alimenticios para continuar mejorando la calidad y las comidas nutritivas para todos los estudiantes. Es esencial que los equipos de trabajo comprendan las regulaciones de programa y las limitaciones que pueden existir a la zona de entregar y resultados a torno de estas comidas. Los grupos de trabajo unirán esfuerzos para desarrollar una visión común, trabajar con confianza y con un respeto entre todos. Propósito y estructura. El propósito es el desarrollo de una visión y objetivos comidos para continuar mejorando las comidas nutritivas y de calidad para todos los estudiantes. Esto se logrará mediante la cooperación de el facilitador, el grupo de liderazgo central, el grupo de trabajo y el director de operaciones.
Todos los miembros de estos grupos se comprometen a trabajar con autenticidad, en unión y de buena fe en la búsqueda de soluciones. Facilitador. El facilitador será responsable de lo siguiente: coordinar, crear, comunicar y distribuir la versión final de la agenda para todas las reuniones con los grupos, equipos de trabajo. Facilitar todas las reuniones, guiar y gestionar a los grupos de trabajo para determinar una visión común con objetivo y medidas de evaluación. Asistir a los grupos de trabajo para mantenerse enfocados a la hora de tomar decisiones y resolver problemas. Resumir todos los puntos de la agenda y las discusiones y comunicarlos después de cada reunión con los equipos de trabajo. Grupo de liderazgo central. El grupo de liderazgo central estará compuesto por los siguientes miembros: el facilitador, un representante de servicios de alimentación y nutrición, un representante de Jespa, un representante del grupo comunitario, un representante de las madres de familia. Todos los integrantes del grupo de liderazgo central se comprometerán a participar activamente en juntas. El grupo de liderazgo central será responsable de lo siguiente: establecer fechas y horarios para las reuniones, planificar y contribuir a la creación de la agenda de todas las reuniones con los equipos comunicar los temas de la agenda al facilitador. Grupo de trabajo. El grupo de trabajo se reunirá mensualmente. El grupo de trabajo estará compuesto por los siguientes miembros: padres de familia, miembros de la comunidad, miembros de Jespa, estudiantes de Jeffco, directores de Jeffco, miembros del personal de fans, grupo de liderazgo central, facilitador. El grupo de trabajo escuchará y buscará entender el estado actual y las restricciones de FNS. El grupo de trabajo será responsable de los siguientes: colaborará para crear una visión compartida que incluya analizar múltiples métodos, operaciones para lograr una visión compartida y trabajar para crear un plan de acción específico para lograr la visión compartida, una vez que ya haya determinado la misma. Coordinar con el personal de servicios de alimentos en creación del menú y las recetas y participar en las pruebas de degustación. Apoyar a servicios de alimentos con la distribución y recolección de encuestas estudiantiles. Informes. Al final del año escolar 2024-2025 se presentará un informe final detallando los resultados y las recomendaciones basadas en las medidas de evaluación acordadas, incluyendo el proceso y los desafíos del programa, al gabinete de distrito y a la Junta de Educación. Financiación. Cuando sea posible, FNS, con la cooperación de los grupos de trabajo, se compromete a buscar becas y fuentes de financiación alternativas para la adquisición de equipo necesario. Duración. Este es un MOU independiente y no es parte del acuerdo de negociación colectiva de Jespa. Este MOU estará activo a partir de agosto 1 del 2024 y expirará el 5/31/2025. Tras la expiración de este MOU, el servicio de alimentación se compromete a ser un participante dispuesto y honesto en conversaciones con la comunidad en relación a las comidas de calidad y nutritivas para todos los estudiantes. El servicio de alimentos se compromete a continuar reuniéndose con el equipo de trabajo para avanzar y promover alimentos que sean mínimamente procesados y minimizar el uso de productos locales. Gracias.
Okay, I'm going to read in English now. I want to state for transparency, there was some issues in translating our counter to what was read right now, okay? And I'm going to try and make clear what we are actually, the language we're actually countering with. And that is we apologize. So there is going to be some language that I read that might not line up to what we just heard in the translation.
Okay.
Okay.
Basically, not everything got interpreted. So we always, when we're doing bilingual, the English version is the guiding, whatever that legal term is, the guiding document.
Okay. I'm going to read the parts that we are changing or countering, not the entire document. So, statement of commitment. Jeffco Food and Nutrition Services, FNS, will serve scratch-cooked meals every day using culturally...
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to make sure that it's up on the stream. Can people see it okay? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No worries.
Good? All right, thanks.
Cool. I will start over because I didn't get very far. Okay. I just remembered something I wanted to say, so that's good. I'll start over. I wanted to mention and reiterate this work has been years of interest from the public, from the community. There was a task force on food in Jeffco years ago, pre-pandemic, and we all know what happened with COVID. So there has been a very strong interest from the community for making food service better in Jeffco and to invest in food for our kids. So I will start with a statement of commitment. Jeffco Food and Nutrition Services will serve scratch-cooked meals every day using culturally relevant recipes provided by members of the working group. The pilot will continue in Edgewater Elementary School, Jefferson Junior and Senior, and Lumberg Elementary School, then expand to 2 additional articulation areas per school year with a focus on equity and family voice. FNS, with the cooperation of the community, including the stakeholders identified below, will work to develop creative ways to improve and introduce more culturally relevant menu items and use fresh, locally sourced, high-quality ingredients with minimal processing. The stakeholders will commit to developing sustainable food service practices and include nutrition education for students. So down to the background, the district, food and nutrition services, the community, Jespa, and other representative groups agree to work together to enhance food service operations and will continue to improve and provide quality and nutritious meals for all students. It is essential for each stakeholder to understand program regulations and limitations that may exist in seeking desired outcomes around these meals. The group will work together to develop a shared vision, build trust, and establish respect for all stakeholders, and implement changes to achieve the shared vision for school meals. So going down to the purpose and structure. The purpose is to develop a common vision and goals for continuing to enhance quality, nutritious meals for all students and to work together to complete these goals. And then we are going down to, I believe the next change is in the working group under the list of working group members. The working group will listen and seek to understand the current status and constraints of FNS, and FNS will listen and seek to understand the perspectives and requests of the working group, especially parents and students. The working group will be responsible for the following: consistently attending meetings and engaging in discussion and action to collaboratively achieve the shared vision. Gets a little messy here. So collaborating to create a shared vision to include developing multiple operational methods for achieving the shared vision and working to create and implement a set of next steps for achieving the shared vision. Leading alongside food service staff on menu and recipe development, as well as taste testing the exact recipe used in cafeterias. And leading the distribution, collection, and evaluation of student surveys in cafeterias daily with the support of FNS. So then we're going down. Upon completion of each school year, a report detailing measurable outcomes and recommendations to include progress as well as challenges will be submitted to the district cabinet and Board of Education. Recommendations for the following year will be made following analysis of the report, this report. And so then we added a whole new section header with a heading of staffing. It's been I'll speak a little bit to this one. It's been clear from the last 2 years of the pilot program's beginning that the workload, the skill set necessary to have a successful program in a kitchen, there's going to need to be investment in training, in wages, in making sure these kitchens are able to do the work. So that's the interest here. There's also an interest in showing that we are treating kitchen workers as professionals. Over the last decade, there has been a shift from cooking and prepping and really creating healthy options in our kitchens to taking frozen food from a freezer and just throwing it in an oven. And we want to bring back this sense of pride and professionalism in our kitchens. I want to give a little credit. There has been a shift a little bit in that direction, but we need to see more. So staffing. FNS will commit to staffing the affected kitchens fully in order to maintain and achieve the commitments stated in this MOU. Additional compensation for kitchen staff must be negotiated through a process of reclassification and updates to job descriptions by August 2024. In the funding section, FNS, with the cooperation of the stakeholders, will commit to seeking grants and alternate funding sources for necessary ingredients, equipment, working group support, and staff support. Now in duration, this is a big shift. This MOU will never expire. Food Service is committed to being a willing and honest participant in conversations with the community as it relates to quality, nutritious meals for all students. Food Service is committed to working alongside the working group to advance and promote food that is minimally processed and maximizing the use of local products. And then the last thing we changed was down, instead of Vicky signing off on this, we added me to be the one to sign off on this. And that's it.
All right, thank you. We'll hold our questions.
Okay.
You don't have any questions?
Not at this point in time. We'd like to take some time to look over the proposal in written form, and then we'll follow up with any questions we might have.
I would ask that if Katie's here, if Jeff Gatlin is here, that we could try and come up with some questions to ask the parents who are attending tonight. They are very interested in engaging in this conversation and have a really amazing perspective on this work. So we would appreciate if we could entertain asking these questions while the community is present.
Understood. We'll do our best. So next on the agenda, we had Jespa financial proposals, compensation, and benefits. Are you ready to present that?
I'm going to send you this proposal now, and then if you could give us 2 minutes.
Oh, the FNS. Okay.
Matt, I have a real quick question for you. Since we do have those parents sitting here, and the district is sitting on $211 million in reserves, what's your explanation to these parents that struggle to put food on the table and rely on the district to provide 2 meals a day? What's your explanation to them as to why you can't provide healthy meals when you sit on $211 million of their money that's supposed to be spent on their children?
Hey, Robert,
I don't mean to interrupt you, Brett, but I'd like to hear from a stakeholder, Matt. I apologize, it's Brent. I thought it was Brett. Sorry about that, buddy. But we'd like to hear from a stakeholder. The taxpayers didn't give you any money. The taxpayers gave Matt the money. So, Matt, what's your explanation to the parents as to why you can't provide healthy meals to their children?
Robert, if we could hold on for just a second, this isn't cross-examination, okay? And even if it was, that'd be objectionable, right? Because it lacks no foundation at all right? So we're not here to answer questions like that, all right? Just as if I wouldn't put you on a spot, making you assume things that we don't know to be true and pose argumentative questions. That's not where I'm looking at the list of norms that I think you negotiated, and I think this line of questioning is out of bounds. So I'm going to tell Matt that he shouldn't entertain that question. And why don't we stay on the agenda?
We are on the agenda.
Are we talking
The facts are the district's financials. These weren't made up. Have you seen the financials, Brent?
The financials?
Yeah, their financial statements.
Yes.
Okay. So you know that they have $211 million in reserves. So could you please explain?
Listen, I'm not going to shut this down. I want to be respectful of the fact that we have families here, right, who would very much like to hear the district's questions related to the FNS that they're interested in, that Xander asked us to get to. So let's move forward with the next agenda item. I'm not going to answer your question.
We're going to caucus for 2 minutes. Okay, we are going to get into our compensation proposal in a moment. I just want to be clear that we are all here together and we're talking. And so the parents understand that we're all negotiating and working together. So kind of the divisive, don't talk about the things you want to talk about because the parents are waiting isn't going to work to divide us. So we'd appreciate that our perspectives, even if you don't like them, that you hear them. And with that, we'll get into our financial proposal.
All right, let's get into the compensation. So currently, the district, as I said earlier, sits at $211 million in reserves. That's annually growing at $19 million a year. Last year alone, you underspent $30 million. The state only requires you to have 3%. Jeffco's policy adds an additional 4%. That's 7%. Currently, the district sits north of 26%, damn near 4 times what the required amount is. You are getting record pupil per pupil funding from the state. So I don't want to hear about de-enrollment. These schools have more money than they've ever had in the state of Colorado. Conservatively, if you took your $211 million that's in reserves and invested it in a CD, you would get a return of no less than 5%. That's an additional 10 plus million added to your principal without ever touching it. So when we get into these, financial statements and what we're asking for, you clearly have plenty of money. Colorado, at this point, defines the poverty line for a family of 2 at $24,000. Our members, your employees, sit at or below that number, several of them. We are no longer in a position to talk about, let's get a livable wage. We're talking about trying to get employees, your employees, our members, above the poverty line. I mean, that's sad to me, Matt. We shouldn't be in that state. So let's get into our proposal. Can we get the slide up?
I think we're going to go to Xander and talk about benefits a little bit first before I put the slide up, but I will have it ready.
Okay. We, like I said before, we spent a lot of time talking to members, doing surveys, trying to understand where we are with benefits. I want to share some stories. I want to share some perspective from our people. The lower cost of the Jeffco insurance would mean I could actually afford it. As of right now, I am the health aide. I am frontline for all major sicknesses, and I take my job seriously. However, if I were to get sick or catch one of the many illnesses that warrant a doctor, I couldn't go. The healthcare cost from Jeffco far exceeds the amount I make. I had to make the hard choice of healthcare or being able to afford to live. I have a lot of health issues, and even though I'm on the low deductible plan, it's still a huge hit to my wallet. Unfortunately, out-of-pocket costs hit me. I had some medical stuff take place this year, and unfortunately, I have a lot to pay. I have a $2,000 medical bill from the hospital that I haven't even started paying yet, and another large bill that I need to pay in $140 a month bills. Plus, I had lab bills. All came as a surprise. I try my best not to utilize medical services, as I never know what to expect bill-wise. I struggle to afford my typical month-to-month expenses, so why add a medical bill on top of it? Jeffco's health insurance feels like punishment to be given no options for work that is already underpaid. It's the worst. Covers nothing important. It's too expensive with the deductible and copays to even use it. Cannot afford to cover my children. Would have little to no income remaining. It's impossible to have the money for treatments, so you just do the bare minimum, which is not self-preventative. Over half of my pay goes to pay our insurance premium. Typically, working for a school district, you accept a lower pay because the medical benefits are good. I don't qualify for medical benefits at 5 hours per day. I am on one of the lower out-of-pocket upfront plans, but with the highest deductibles. Still, the monthly premium keeps going up, and my working hours are worthless. I am terrified of something major happening, as that deductible is obscene. My son is a type 1 diabetic. His supplies cost $200 a month with insurance. That doesn't include his doctor's visits, which are considered seeing a specialist. My own prescription cost is around $100 a month, and that's when I can't afford to do that. I go without so my son can have what he needs to live. That's after paying over $600 a month for insurance. I had to have a CT in urgent care, almost $1,000 that I'm still paying. I would go to the doctor when I need it if the costs were lower. Too much out-of-pocket expense. I am on a CPAP and cannot get a discount on my supplies until out-of-pocket is met. Supplies are not cheap at regular price. Have to have the unit to keep my job. I require 6 different daily medications that help my various chronic illnesses. And with the copays for both appointments and medications, I cannot afford to be on all my medications on the Jeffco insurance. Lower costs would mean the ability to stay on all my medications and be able to go to the appointments without fear of being unable to pay the costs. Needed a diagnostic scan last year, and my out-of-pocket cost was going to be $600. I didn't get the scan. I am still experiencing symptoms of the issues. This is a small snippet and picture into what we experience because Jeffco health insurance is incredibly expensive and not good care. I'll say the plans that we're on are expensive. I say it's not Jeffco healthcare, it's the health insurance companies. But when we talk about benefits, we want to express that we have been working on this in back. We have been engaged with communication and talking to the school board. I believe there was a presentation on benefits to the school board earlier this year on the obscene costs of healthcare for employees. Jeffco has been paying a flat rate for health insurance premiums for as long as I've been here, and I'm sure much longer before I was here. Cost out of pocket for premiums for employees has gone up and up and up, and it's not stopping. Now, our proposal is an attempt to solve that issue. We are asking that the district pay a percentage of our healthcare premiums and not a flat rate. We can probably turn to the slide here now. And this is what we are proposing more in detail. So we would like the district to pay 100% of employee-only medical plans. And we would like all of the other medical plans to be paid at 80% district and at 20% employee. That's it. We've done work in back to show that this makes families, people with children, able to utilize Jeffco health insurance. There have been so many times I've been out in buildings and talking to workers who can't cover their children or their families because they won't be paid any money. That entire paycheck goes towards premiums. It is insane. We know that there is interest from the district in solving this issue. I've heard it directly from school board members. So it's in alignment with what Jeffco has interest in doing. Nikki, would you like to go next?
Thanks, Xander. I'm just going to piggyback on that a little bit, what it's like to be an ESP below poverty line. I am a health aide this year. I love my job. I was a preschool teacher 9 years prior. I love my job. I am one of the lowest paid ESPs in the district. I love my job. I've also been told that it is used as a stepping stone, that people don't stay to be a health aide. I love my job. I'm here to stay. I value what I do. I'm the lowest paid ESP in the district. I'm going to tell you, my take-home pay, my paycheck is $1,800 a month. If I were to pay for my family of 5 for our health insurance, my take-home pay would be $600. You can't live on that. I don't have a spouse. I'm a homeowner. I can't live on $600 a month. I can't pay for my family. I can't pay for my kids. I was so thankful that the district went for free meals for all, so I could afford to have my kids have a healthy lunch in school, because I can't pack that at home anymore because I don't have that income. I'm a homeowner. I don't have a savings account. I have $5 in my savings account because that's the minimum required. This storm this weekend was worrisome. I have a huge tree. I have a house made in 1960. There's a lot that can go wrong. I have 5 kids. One of them's in college. I can't afford to go pick him up in Gunnison because my vehicle won't make it. I don't have a dishwasher anymore. I don't have anything in savings. We haven't had a dishwasher for 2 years. I have a family of 5. I've had to use the laundromat for the last year for a family of 5. I have not a dryer. I have nothing in savings. I had to have someone buy my dryer for me. I was very thankful. We're not making enough money. I can't sustain what I'm doing. I love my job. I want to stay here and be with my students. I can't do that. I can't make that choice between what I'm making at what I love, and I'm a good example to the kids in my school and to my family on my dedication and what I put into it. I'm not getting that respected back. We need to make a living wage. We need to be above poverty line.
Xander, I'm looking at the collective bargaining agreement about the 7-4, which I believe addresses the contribution. So I understand this would be a modification to that. Is that right?
If we could just get through our whole proposal, I'll open up the contract and look through that. It's on my computer here.
Okay, so you want me to ask questions about benefits at the end?
We're just still finishing our financial and compensation proposal. So we've done benefits, and yes.
So I'd like to share some stories about wages from our fellow members. The first one is making a livable wage would make paying my essential bills a lot less stressful, and I would have more money left over to buy food that I need without having to rely on my credit card like I do now. Because I'm using my credit card a lot, my credit has decreased this past year, and the once-a-month payments that I have to make is more difficult. More money into my paycheck would mean less stress level, and it would decrease. My stress level would decrease, and that would positively affect my mental health, as I would be able to save both more time and money and put it towards things that I enjoy, not just essentials. Someone else said if I made a livable wage, I wouldn't be forced to be in the position of choosing food over rent. For someone else, a living wage would mean not being food poor. I have a celiac disease dependent, and not having to stress on whether or not my transportation to work will fail me. My vehicle is 22 years old. Being able to care for my children who give me significant help, to care for my children who have significant health issues. Someone else said they would be able to afford food, gas, repairs to my car, fixing my teeth instead of having to pull them out. Just simple things, not living a paycheck behind all the time. For someone else, it would mean the world, plain and simple. I would like for any of the higher ups in the district to do our job for a day and get paid what we get paid. They would be just as livid as we are if they were us. We cannot live with these wages and the constant rise of the cost of living. How can I afford rent, food, medical, any other monthly expenses on $1,700 a month? You can't. Making a living wage would mean we would not have to struggle to get by every single month. We would not have to rely on other people to support us. We deserve much better. Someone else said that I need to make $55,000 more a year to make a living wage. Let that sink in. I'll wait. Let me repeat that. $55,000 more a year. That would put me above poverty. A livable wage. That money would allow me not to have to sacrifice my needs. I could make the necessary repairs on my home, buy a much-needed newer car, get the healthcare treatments I need. Currently, everything I make goes to ensure that my child never goes without while she sees me go without things all the time. Someone else, even with excellent credit, I cannot qualify for an auto loan based on my salary. I drive a 2005 vehicle with 250,000 miles on it because I can't afford to buy anything else. My take-home pay barely covers my mortgage and HOA. I had to take in a renter, a stranger, to help cover the rest of my monthly expenses. Someone else, making $20,000 more a year would mean we would not have to work overtime in multiple jobs and sacrifice time with our family in order to afford basic necessities. Someone else, having a livable wage means I could actually live and travel to other places rather than just read about them. I would not have to worry about what choices to make about bills and groceries. If a family member gets sick or a pet gets sick or hurt and needs medical care. Someone else, if it would be great if I could not have to depend on credit cards to make it through the month. I would love to be able to build a savings account for when it is time to retire. Another, making more money would help my family out exponentially. It would mean college savings. My kids need a certain outfit or attire for an activity and being able to go get it right away instead of seeing how I can manage to afford it. It would mean not having to stress about extra bills that aren't budgeted into my monthly budget. It would mean getting me closer to finally getting out of debt and being able to afford the groceries that feed my family. There are so many more things it would help, but I would also feel like I'm being paid to do all of the extras that the SPED department expects of me. And I would also feel like they think I am a worthwhile employee. I want to live on my own and no longer be a burden to my parents, said someone else, who I currently live with my parents. I need to make at least double what I am making now to be able to live on my own. Those are from our members.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Sarah. Let's get into our compensation proposal. If we can get the slide up. Matt, keep in mind as well, again, you guys sit on 211 million in reserves. 211. That's growing annually at 19 million a year. So our first line, COLA, we're asking for a $5 an hour across the board raise. Our second request is a step increase. Our third request is longevity steps to respect long-term employees, including pre-K. We like our fourth one to be a pre-K wage schedule overhaul. Fifth request is twice monthly pay, something that the district does now, just not consistent. Sixth is extra duty pay, per our Jespa staffing proposal that was presented, I believe, 2 meetings ago. Extra pay for interpretation and translations for bilingual ESPs. And our last one is that this be implemented July 1st, 2024 as an effective date of increases, which mirrors administrators in this building. And I will also emphasize, Matt, I don't believe that there's a single administrator in this ivory tower you call the Ed Center that is above or below the poverty line. Not a single one. And again, all we're simply asking is get your employees, our members, above the poverty line. You're sitting on $211 million of taxpayers' money, not your money, taxpayers' money that should be spent on their children.
Is that it? Is that the end of the financial proposal? Could you put the most recent slide back up there? Thank you. Number 1 and 2 are fairly clear to me, but number 3 and 4, do you have something specific that you're proposing here? Like, for example, the pre-K wage schedule overhaul, what does that mean? What does that look like? Do you have something that you're going to present?
We can, if you're willing to discuss and negotiate. The pre-K wage schedule has lots of different steps and levels and different lengths. So it's fairly complicated, and it doesn't mirror the Jespa wage schedule. They're just different. There's more steps in certain levels of the pre-K work. So we'd love to work on that together.
I'd like to see what you have in mind for sure. Same question for number 3. Do you have longevity steps that you've put together that you'd like to present?
Yes, and we can continue the conversation that we had last year and in wage committee. Our last wage committee meeting did not happen, but I believe is being rescheduled. So that's work that we would like to do together, that we have done some of in wage committee, and we started last year with the overhaul of the longevity steps. So we added a step 8 last year, which helped flow up the wage schedule to help get our longer term employees the advantage of having a step increase. So that's kind of the idea we're looking at. How do we compress the wage schedule? How do we make the pre-K wage schedule mirror more closely the Jespa wage schedule? And how do we just make it more simple and easy to navigate without so many holes where you don't get a step at all once you're in longevity?
Okay, so just to make sure I'm clear, you don't have something specific that you're proposing. You're essentially proposing to engage in that discussion.
Yes.
I did, but why don't we stay on this for a second? Okay, so with respect to number 6, there, the extra duty pay. So I'm looking at the staffing proposal, and so that's 20% of the guest teacher rate per hour. That's what that one is.
Yeah, that would be when you're being asked to fill in outside of your normal job duties. Yes.
Okay. It vanished. Would you mind putting it back up? Thank you. And the extra pay for interpretation, I might have missed that. What extra pay?
We would like to see other districts do this. So our bilingual employees often get a stipend or an extra hourly rate when they are pulled from their job to ask to interpret or to do translation.
Okay. And so are you proposing I think one of the reasons why we're asking these questions when it comes to compensation is that everything, a lot of times comes down to cost. And so to try to evaluate your proposals. It's helpful if we know, like, we want an extra $1 an hour, or, like what's in the staffing proposal, I can understand. We can understand that. That's a defined figure. But for the things that aren't defined, I mean, it's hard. It's hard for us to say yes or no to something that, we don't really know what the figures were, just because we have primarily our responsibility when it comes to the financial proposals is to evaluate cost.
Yes.
That's part of the work that we have to do.
So, I mean, I think the main thing to focus on that's going to be the most costly is a $5 an hour and step increase is going to be applicable to all employees. And we can work to cost that out. I'm sure Brenda can cost it as well, and we can arrive on what that costs. As far as how we've talked about longevity steps and those kinds of things in the past, we generally discuss them collaboratively and figure out how they're going to affect the wage schedule in other ways and can cost them jointly. As far as extra pay for extra work, that's some of that's in our staffing proposal. We weren't even sure you would be willing to have a discussion about it. So part of this is we want to see what you're willing to talk about.
Well, certainly things having to do with compensation are fair, proper for negotiations, right? So, yeah, I mean, I think that I guess I'm a little confused about the process to which you're referring with respect to longevity pay. I mean, does that mean is Jespa hopeful that some agreement on longevity pay will be made as part of a tentative agreement here, or are you saying that we want that, but it's kind of done outside the agreement?
It's not done outside of the agreement. We generally work on it collaboratively through bargaining.
Okay.
And so I believe last year, years past, Brenna's usually here and available to discuss. There are sometimes we're building a model together, or she's built one and we've got ours, and we're comparing notes on costing and what different options will cost.
Yeah. If I recall, though, I think last year you had a model in mind, and that's what makes this more complex, is that there's not a model being proposed. It's just in concept at this point. So it's hard to evaluate the total cost of the compensation proposal that you're presenting right now.
Well, we can present a model, but we generally open with the concepts of when we make the proposal. So we can provide spreadsheets, we can provide models.
I mean, you can provide whatever you like, of course. It's just helpful for a management team to kind of know what you're, like, what is it that you want? With respect to those issues. Okay, well, so, I mean, I guess that's what we would, if you want us to entertain a proposal that
has numbers behind it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we need.
We will make you a spreadsheet right now with all of this on it and cost it.
Sure.
Okay.
To that end, that was the question I was going to ask about the benefits. I mean, I understand 100% of employee only and 80-20 for everything else. So how is that, I mean, I understand that it's being portrayed as an increase to what's in the collective bargaining agreement. Have you gone through to figure out what that would, what the cost of that would be?
That was a majority of the work the Benefits Advisory Committee did this year. So yes, it's been costed. You can check the work at the back.
Okay, so sorry. Do you know the cost? What is the cost?
The Benefits Advisory Committee is a meeting that takes place between JCEA, Jespa, and administration, and they have costed this all out, and they then make a recommendation in their work to the board and to the bargaining teams. So
they've costed your proposal.
It's a collaborative group called the Benefits Advisory Committee that works together to make a recommendation on what should happen with benefits. So yes, I believe, is it Adam or Adam Barnett?
Can you tell me how much that will cost, or do you not, or do you know or not?
Do you know, Matt?
I don't.
Do you know what it costs? You have no idea what those would cost.
No, that's why we're asking.
So many members of your team sit on the Benefits Advisory Committee. Steve Landrigan sits on it.
Sure, but I don't know that this specific proposal that you're putting forward has been costed
well,
out.
I mean,
You're
we'll
telling
share
me-
the Benefits Advisory Committee recommendations and the costs.
Great.
There's probably a cost breakdown of it as a whole for the whole district because administrators are included in those recommendations as well as JCEA.
Mhm.
If you want us to break it down for Jespa, we can do that. There's a model that I believe Angela shared in the Benefits Advisory Committee. I don't go to these meetings. Trevor and Sarah and Xander do. So they have the data from the meetings. It's in a shared drive that the district has. We'll share them. I need to get access to it, and
Okay.
we share the documents with you that they've created.
Okay. I know they've done costing, to answer your question, but I didn't know that this specific proposal that you put on the table tonight has been costed out. And I think that was the essential question, is how much does your proposal cost?
Do you have costing numbers for any of the things that you
Yes,
proposed?
we have costing numbers for all of the things.
Okay. Would you share those?
Yes, we will share. I'm not going to put the spreadsheet on the screen right now because it's costed based on every employee. So generally,
Yeah, I'm not asking.
yeah, well,
it doesn't
I
have to
mean-
be now.
yeah. I mean, we've never gotten into this in the immediate second after we've put the concepts, and neither has the district. So we've asked, when the district makes a proposal, we ask about costing, we ask about things, and we've never gotten into like immediately 1 second after this level of, I want to see the detail of the costing. We've generally worked together to make sure we agree on a costing model and all of that. So we can go provide that, given that the district doesn't have folks here to do that with us. That's fine. We will provide the cost.
Okay.
Anything else on benefits or compensation with
I think we'd like to break for dinner.
Okay. How long do you think?
an hour?
I think if we need to do full spreadsheets and send them to you, about an hour. So
And to be clear, I wasn't saying I was asking if you had it now. You don't have to do it now. You can, but totally up to you. You want to take an hour? Okay.
Okay. All right, I'd like to welcome everybody back from the dinner break. We thought we would start off before we get into our counters for Articles 5 and 8. I'll just pause for a second. Before we get into our articles for 5 and 8, just had a few follow-up questions related to the FNS. So I want to make sure that interpretation services are ready to go. Okay.
Gracias. Interpretation folks left at a little while ago. They had another event, so they weren't booked the whole time. We will help interpret at the table here, and then they will interpret in the back.
All right, so we'll ask our questions, and if you can answer them tonight, great. And if not, that's fine too. Okay. So just a handful of questions here. So in your counter proposal, you had a line in here that said, leading the distribution, collection, and evaluation of student surveys in cafeterias daily with the support of food and nutrition services. And so our question here is the intent of the survey, is the intent to survey students every day? And how would this occur, and who would administer the survey and be responsible for the design of the survey?
Yeah, I can jump in. Please feel free to comment if you want to. But yeah, the intent is to have the working group, specifically the parents who are involved with the pilot, to have some, I guess, authority to help create, distribute, and survey students. As it is now in the pilot, there are surveys, but the parents have little say in how they're created or analyzed. And yes, the goal would be to get into cafeterias, kitchens as frequently as schedules allow. Daily would be amazing.
I wasn't sure. Are you interpreting that, or should I go forward with the next question? Okay. So the next part of your language said, food nutrition services will commit to staffing the affected kitchens fully in order to maintain and achieve the commitment stated in this MOU. Additional compensation for kitchen staff must be negotiated through a process of reclassification and updates to job descriptions by August 2024. So one question we had related to this, and there are a couple, are the current staffing levels at the pilot schools adequate? And are you proposing more staff than was currently in place in the kitchens at those schools?
Okay, yeah, I understand your question. So I actually talked to Beth about this afternoon. We had a pilot planning meeting for kind of a smaller core group. And it was actually a really good conversation. I think there are ways we can be creative on what fully staffed kitchens, when it comes to this kind of style of service, what that actually looks like. Happy to talk about what that would look like. I would love to have Katie or Beth here to speak directly to operations styles for food service. I was at Lumberg yesterday, and that kitchen absolutely had people in it. It was staffed, but yet the workload when it comes to what they need to be doing for scratch cooked meals, these kitchens aren't necessarily supported infrastructurally to be able to do that. So the intent behind this section was to make sure that they are staffed fully with trained and efficient techniques to be able to do the program. And I think that was more the intent of that line. But also to make sure there are enough workers in these kitchens to provide the expanded service that this new MOU, this revised MOU is asking for. Right now, we do 1 day a week. We need to, with this revised MOU, it's asking for 5 days a week. The amount of prep to be able to do that, time to prep staff in kitchens is going to need to increase and be seriously evaluated.
Are you all okay in the back?
Yeah, sorry, they were waving their hands, Xander.
No worries.
All right, we'll take a brief pause until the live stream is back.
Please enter the conference ID, followed by the... Sorry, I did not recognize... Please hold while I try to connect you.
All right. Thanks, Xander.
I had one more thing looking through this. So our intent also with what our counter was to increase this service model to new articulation areas.
2 sites per year, right?
Right. And so to, again, with the staffing commitment is to look at the next phase, new schools, and making sure schools are prepped to provide this service.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then you mentioned the additional compensation. What do you foresee that looking like? Is it a higher hourly wage, a stipend? What amount are you proposing exactly?
I would love to negotiate that and to see what works best, especially with Beth's budget. Food service has a budget independent of the general fund, and so it'd be great to have one of the food service admin at the table to talk about what that could look like. Again, we're proposing reclassifying jobs and updating job descriptions. So that's a little bit further than just a stipend or a wage.
What would that mean for an employee who, let's hypothetically says, is receiving extra pay in the form of stipend, higher hourly wage, so on and so forth, mean if they transfer from a pilot school to a non-pilot school?
That's a good question. I would like to think that we can accommodate them and keep them at the same wage. But it is going to be important to have a conversation about what this reclass and regrade looks like before we can discuss what that would mean and a transfer would mean from a pilot school to a non-pilot school.
Okay.
And generally, just to talk about how kitchen managers are paid, they are paid based on the school that they're working in already. And so when you change schools that have different MEQs, your job grade can change. So there are already differentiated grades for managers. And so when we've done reclassification for that, it's looking at certain aspects of volume. This would look at professional skills and whatever that part of the job description is in order to reclassify a grade. I know that our food service workers don't benefit from what the managers do in terms of pay based on grades. So they're all paid on the same R schedule. And so this, we would propose would change that so that food service workers could also be regraded based on their job duties in their kitchen.
Thanks for helping me understand the intent there. And then so one part of your proposal here says the stakeholders will commit to developing sustainable food service practices and include nutrition education for students. So food nutrition services, while we often refer to them as educators, and they surely are, they're not technically educational specialists. So who would provide this education, and who would create the curriculum? Who would be responsible for those aspects of this proposal?
That's also a really good question. I think education is community-based. I would like to think that schools would be able to support education in classrooms. We would love for it to be a focus district-wide on nutrition education. I think initially last year or 2 years ago when we were negotiating the original pilot language, this was a piece that was missed and got kind of struck from it. So the goal would have been to be working these last 2 years on what that looks like. So we really need to get it back in there. We see that in these schools that are serving these new menus or new pilot options, new food options, it's difficult to get kids to try new things. So I think there's going to need to be a community-wide effort to introduce nutrition education to students. So not just food service, not just schools, but the whole community.
Joint effort. Okay. So shifting gears a little bit.
Can I continue on this?
Yeah.
In Article 16, when we talked about food service and added this article, we did start to talk about education and communication. So that was a really successful article because it led to the district committing to provide information and education to students and families regarding menu options, et cetera. Now, what we're proposing in the pilot is, goes kind of beyond what this article talks about, but our attempt here was to start having that education. I do know that there are food service workers and managers who take their jobs as educators really seriously too, about how to educate students on, here's how this food got to your table. Andrea Cisneros is one of those folks that educates students in her line about how a piece of fruit or a tomato got to their table, and started educating them about healthy choices and started to implement, less junk food, more healthy food. So I think there are lots of food service workers we could probably learn from about how education can work in a kitchen without it feeling like a big burden that the district has to create new plans. There's probably a lot already happening in our schools.
Understood. Thanks, Vicki. So shifting gears a little bit, I think that's our final question for the food nutrition services pilot, but I want to make sure that our families here at the table, if they have any comments or responses that they want to make, we want to make time for that.
Hello, my name is Azucena, and I am part of the Jespa Food Policy Council. And I just want to say about the MOU. We just want to be able to offer healthy food meals for our students every day. I know that it's going to be a challenge because our schools' cafeterias aren't staffed enough, and our students are struggling to get through the line so they can sit and eat. And they struggle because they don't have enough time to eat as well. So we're hoping we can have this change, have our students have more time for them to eat, and have more healthier meals for our students. Because some of our students the only meal they get to eat is the meal they eat at school, because we don't know their situation at home, if they have their parents have enough money for food, and sometimes they don't. So if they don't have a healthy meal at school, the students might not even eat at home. So that is something that worries. Not just me, but everybody here, because we're humans, and our students deserve better food. Okay. So,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
If I could just piggyback on that, something that was also in the food task force that was also in the equitable start times was also a recommendation to the school board to have a 30-minute lunch with 20 minutes seated time. I've brought that up a couple times to cabinet members, and they were unfamiliar. They said, well, if that's something you want to do at your school, talk to your principal. And I said, it wasn't my school. It was a task force recommendation. And I was just surprised that, and I know there's been a lot of change, but sometimes things like that fall through the crack. It was a collaborative between the food task force as well as the start time. They both recommended the same thing. 30-minute lunch, 20 minutes seated time.
Thanks, Darcy.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Delia Pacheco. Soy mamá de Jefferson. Participo en un programa de mamá piloto para comidas saludables para nuestros hijos.
So, hi, my name is Delia Pacheco, and I am a mother from Jefferson Junior Senior High School, and I am part of the pilot.
Me gustaría mirar en ustedes el día de hoy la transparencia y la equidad de la que siempre nos ha hablado el distrito.
I would like today to see in your guys' transparency, equity,
Que siempre nos ha hablado el distrito.
that the district has always told us about.
También me gustaría saber por qué nada más 3 escuelas tienen derecho a una comida saludable, si ellos pueden tener comida todos los días.
I would like to know also why only 3 schools are being offered the healthy meals when they should all have the right to have healthy food all those days.
Yo pienso que ustedes tienen el poder para poder hacer este gran trabajo para todos los niños.
I think you guys have the power to make this happen, to help all these students.
Me gustaría mucho que ustedes un día se dieran el tiempo de visitar nuestras escuelas y ver todas las necesidades que tenemos todos aquí los que estamos reunidos.
I would like for the district to visit our schools so they can see our necessities that we all here present need in our schools.
Me gustaría que este piloto no tuviera tampoco tiempo de expiración.
I would like for this pilot to also not have an expiration date.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So if we may, we'd like to shift gears. I think that's the end of our questions for the Food Nutrition Services pilot. I did have one question, Vicki, about we received your financial proposals as well as I think some cost analysis that you have done. We just wanted to clarify what exactly we're looking at within the spreadsheet and like what you costed out so that when we're doing our analysis, we can do comparisons.
The costing spreadsheet
Yep.
has a couple of tabs along the bottom. The way that we costed this proposal was to take everyone's current hourly wage. Increase it by the COLA that we presented, which was $5 an hour.
Okay.
And then to basically multiply the days worked, their hours worked, et cetera, to get a new annual. And so the total annual currently compared to a new annual amount would get the costing.
Okay, so this just represents the $5 COLA, correct?
Yes, and you'll hear our union say that steps don't cost. We know that we'll know that you're going to argue that steps do cost, but steps tend to be cost neutral. The amount of turnover that we experience basically makes steps not have a cost as new people come in and replace folks at higher levels, higher steps. So that does represent what we believe the COLA will cost based on the data that we've been provided about current employees.
So, Vicki, is that 32.4 million?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that for us. I think at this point, I will get my screen ready to share so that we can present Articles 5 and 8.
I just wanted to clarify and make sure you saw that there were some other tabs across the bottom. One was a model of potentially filling the longevity steps. The longevity steps currently are worth 2.5%. So this model adds, instead of 8, 12, 16, and 20, it's 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So it adds as we continue to try to close those gaps in pay. That's a potential model. And then we added a tab that basically takes what current interpretation and translation, the pay grade for that, and it would basically institutionalize that would be the pay grade per hour that folks would make if they're pulled to translate or interpret outside of their normal job duties, or time and a half, whichever is
greater. Guess.
Whoops, I lost it. But yeah, whichever makes sense. If they already make above that wage, they'd make time and a half for interpretation.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, I got kicked out of the Teams meeting when we had to reconnect to the server. Okay, we're going to start with Article 5, and I would assume you'd like us to go into Article 8 before any questions or clarifications. You'd like to hear both proposals first? Sounds good.
Great. So I'm going to do like Xander did and just highlight for you the differences between this proposal and our last one. Okay. So we're looking at Article 5, attendance. And the first substantive paragraph to look at is 5-1-3. You'll see that we have agreed to remove some notice language that's was in there previously. So compare that to our last proposal. 5-1-4, we've proposed some language. I think looks like to me that both parties have attempted to simplify the language in 5-1-4 and we've proposed our own simplification language there. In 5.1.5, as I understand it, we've agreed to the inclusion of some language proposed by Jespa there. You see it's providing for exigent circumstances to be, an exception to failure to report to work amounting to job abandonment. So we've got an effort to compromise there. In 5.2.1, which I think goes on to both pages there. But here you'll see that Jespa had proposed to delete a number of parts of this subparagraph, which we have put back in. Specifically, one of the things that we are rejecting was the requirement that referral for a fitness evaluation be considered with only objective evidence, and the requirements or the proposal to install due process and just cause requirements in association with sending someone for a fitness for duty examination. Sure. Just cause and due process traditionally are concepts reserved for discipline. And this is not that, so that's the reason for the rejection there. We are, however, looks like agreeing to add some language about association representation there that I understand was proposed by Jespa. Let's see, 5.2.2 here. Let's see, you'll see that we are rejecting some language proposed by Jespa regarding tailoring evaluations to a specific performance issue. And also the language that was proposed regarding the right to a second opinion. I should mention that one of the bases for the rejection of some of these proposals is that fitness for duty examinations are, this is a concept that's guided by the Americans with Disabilities Act, and so employees do have a number of protections associated with that act. You can't just give somebody a random fitness for duty examination because you feel like it, right? So that's kind of the reason why we're reserving some of those things for, the protections of law rather than sticking them into the agreement. 5-2-3, I think that let's see, the 4 consecutive days, which kind of tracks the sick leave act we have for statewide. That's okay. I think the parties are agreeing on that. What we're not agreeable to was some language requiring that that request be applied uniformly and fairly to all employees. I mean, it's something, it sounds good in concept, but one of the problems with that is that, especially with a group as diverse as Jespa, right? You've got all kinds of different departments, different supervisors, different ways of doing business. And so, in the law, we, with respect to things like discrimination claims, similarly situated people should be treated the same. And, that basically means doing the same job, reporting to the same supervisor. So broad language like that proposed is not acceptable to us for that reason. 5-2-4, the next paragraph. Here we're just staying with the original language. So no change to our proposal there. 533, let's see, looks like they're, sorry, yeah, I think we're a little bit further. There you go. 533. That one, we're not agreeable to the language proposed by Jespa concerning the deduction of breaks. I mean, this is another thing that's controlled by law. And that's it as far as changes from the last proposal. The rest of the stuff was gone over previously.
Switching over to Article 8 regarding leaves.
Now let me get there too.
Hold on. I don't know why I didn't switch on the stream. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Let me make it just slightly bigger for everyone. Okay.
So here, and you can look at this, I'll just explain this. You may recall the district's previous proposal was to change the leave, right, as I understand it right now, there is a different leave structure for paraprofessional and health aides. The district's proposal previously was to get rid of the difference and basically treat everybody in the bargaining unit the same. That proposal was not accepted, we understand. What our compromise proposal is to postpone that until August 1st, 2025. And so there would be kind of a warming up period where employees would be given notice of what to expect under the new leave structure. So that basically touches on Article 8-2.
I'm sorry, Brent. Matt, could you make it a little bigger for the people in the audience?
Sure.
Thank you.
So 8-2, which is, I guess, up, for lack of a better, earlier in the
there's
document.
a little bit of a delay on my end.
That's all right.
8-2, you said?
I did. Yeah, you'll see there. So that parenthetical is what does the job with respect to what I'm describing there. Gives that August 1st, 2025 date. And the, let's see, the other that also touches 8-6 and 8-4 really before you go too far past it. You'll see that until August 1st date in there. The only other change I understand from the last proposal is, I actually see that. I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. I don't think that's a change after all. There's some language in there, but it was marked out previously. So that's what we got. Oh, sorry. The appendix, you'll see.
It's just we'll let transfers over.
Well, sneak preview until we get there. It's just the chart is modified to reflect that August 1st, 2025 date.
Can you put that back up? Oh, you're putting the appendix up. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. There's a little bit of a delay here. But yes, you can essentially see the date reflected there in the accrual details and caps. That's the only adjustment there.
Can you go back to 873, please?
Mm-hmm.
873. The first 2 days of bereavement leave, that one?
I don't think so. It was related to the paid leave expiration.
Okay.
Okay, one
I
second.
thought it was 873. It was one
Oh,
of
I
the last
see.
things you had up there.
I'm sorry, I see it.
There we go. I'm sorry if I missed it. Upon termination of employment or a transfer out of the paraprofessional or health aide position, basically the paid leave's paid out. That's under a subheading that expires in 2025. But would this, I wanted to clarify, if it's 2026 and Nikki's accrued her paid leave and changes to another job in 2026, that's like a paraeducator role. At that point, what happens? So I think you have a heading above in 8.7 that says this expires. Or does
Right,
just
yeah.
accrual expire, or does the payout expire?
Yeah, I let us check on that, and we'll get back to you at the next session on that. But I understand your question,
Okay.
and you didn't miss it. I did not speak to that.
Okay. Okay, I probably have some more questions here in this article. I don't know if anyone else does. I wrote down 8.6, but I didn't write my question, so I think it was just about the expiration. I think it's just numbered. Okay, I see. It's 8.6, but below.
Yeah, the
8.7.
numbering of the
No worries.
article changed.
I'm following now.
That's where it gets a little confusing, but we'd be happy to send these over to you
No
via
worries.
email so you have some time to process and think.
Okay, I think that was my only question on 8. Does anyone else have any
I had a
questions?
question on the appendix. Okay, so for bereavement leave, it does, I just want to clarify and just ask you're striking the per death line that we also added last time.
Yes, that
Yes,
is
okay.
accurate. Thank you.
Just making sure I saw that
Yep.
correctly.
Yep, thank you.
Can we talk about why?
Sure.
So we understand.
Yeah, I mean, I think as I understand the district's original proposal here was that sick leave, we're expanding the use of sick leave to allow for that to be used for bereavement. Sorry, did I misunderstand? I thought that was the case.
Yes, but currently the district provides 2 days that are outside of that.
Right.
So like if you had a family member pass, 2 days would be bereavement leave. And then what I understood was the district would allow you to use your sick leave after that. But this to me says 2 days. And then if another family member passes, that you wouldn't have that again. Maybe it doesn't say within the year, but 2 days, how often? It implies only 2 a year.
Yeah, I think you're understanding that correctly. Right. And so for the 2 days that wouldn't be counted against sick leave, then you'd only get 2 of those per year. But for if you had the sad occasion to have to be able to use that more than once, you could use your sick leave for it and take paid leave that way.
Okay. I think my other questions are on the other article. Any other questions?
So Article 5.
Yes, back to 522.
Regarding evaluations.
Thank you. Is this where you talked about the ADA? Was it related to that last strike through, the employee has the right to second opinion? Or evaluations in general?
Yeah, I was
believe.
referring to evaluations in general. So basically all of 5-2.
Can you tell us more about that? I think it would be helpful to know more about what you were saying about the ADA, because you said that you can't just submit someone to a fit for duty arbitrarily, basically.
Yeah.
Do you feel like it?
Sure. Yeah. So off the top of my head, okay. But I understand that the law is that an employer can require a employee to submit to a fitness for duty examination if it's job related and necessary for the business, I think. So that's what I have in my head about that. And so I think what I was thinking when I was responding to or trying to explain why the district wasn't, is that the language that I understand was being proposed to add to that article, establishing the conditions in which the district could require an employee to submit to a fitness for duty examination. They should be consistent with that. And so trying to reword them and add them on, we don't think is a good idea for putting in the agreement. But if an employee is required to take a fitness for duty examination and it's not consistent with business necessity or it's not job related, then that an employee would have a complaint to make with the EEOC or the CCRD.
And then you had a strike through on the second opinion. So I just want to use an example to illustrate maybe why we had that and see if you were sent to a fit for duty. What we've seen is that the doctor didn't actually do any examination and had written down kind of the instructions they received from the supervisor without examining the employee. And the employee then had adverse consequences. We can still file a grievance, obviously, if there are adverse consequences, but I think that's what we were trying to get at with there should be some sort of due process, some sort of reasonable cause. Something should happen. How do we protect an employee from being fit for duty out of their job or as a disciplinary measure? So we'd have to kind of argue that Article 10, our disciplinary process is being violated through a fit for duty, or I don't know. It's just not clear in the employee's rights to have a doctor see them if the first doctor didn't, or to have some sort of recourse or process.
Yeah, elsewhere, and first of all, I'll say that as opposed to like the FMLA, I don't think the law addresses second opinions for fitness for duty examinations. So I'll start with that. I guess what my mind goes to if when you're talking about if an employee is let go because for any reason, including the right or the failure to be fit for duty for a particular job. I'm looking at the current agreement, and it seems to establish the employee or Jespa's right to grieve a due process, or a termination without just cause. And so, I think that an employee can always go, if an employee disagrees with the concept that they are not fit for duty, and they believe that they are, then, I guess we're looking at the battle of the experts in proceeding like that. So I
think we're trying to solve this at a lower level and just make sure that, it doesn't get to that point. But
sure,
I think we could work with this. So
that's understandable. I'm just thinking, okay, well, what if the first opinion comes back not, and sometimes it's not always the case in my experience that the employee wants to be declared fit for duty, depending on what's going on. But I guess I'm thinking under, if we have something in there saying you have a right to a second opinion, I was just kind of thinking, where does that get us? So we'll have one opinion that says one way, and then another one that potentially says another way. Well, then what?
Well, we can look at workers' comp as a model for getting a second opinion.
Yeah, for sure. But, essentially you end up with, some kind of fact-finding process that decides who's right. And so, I don't know. I think you're making good points, but I don't know. You have that protection in the agreement. I perceive that as pretty valuable for the employee in that situation.
Thank you. I didn't catch where it is, but the breaks issue. I think it's towards the bottom of this article.
Oh, yeah. I'll find it here.
Yeah, thank you.
5.3. 5.3.3, I believe is the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
533.
So you said that breaks would be subject to law, but it's our understanding the breaks actually aren't provided by law for public employees, so the Wage Act doesn't apply, which has breaks in it. So what's happening now is that breaks aren't actually being had, or you're on duty and your supervisor's going in and deducting breaks even though you are on duty. So this happens a lot for bus drivers you're not released from duty while you're waiting on your bus, but yet breaks get deducted. So I just wanted to maybe clarify that they're not actually provided by law, and we need to make sure that they're duty free. We do have some other break language in our contract. But,
and certainly you're right that the breaks themselves aren't provided by law, but under the FLSA, everybody's got to be paid for the time that they're working, which was what I was thinking. But you're exactly right about the Wage Act not being applicable. The supervisor, let me take a second look at that, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, we can talk about it. I guess that's what I was thinking from the beginning. What I said before, that it sounds like what that's trying to say is that, look, if I'm working, then you got to pay me for that time. You can't just say, well, you worked, you had a shift that was 8:30 to 5, and you were supposed to take a 30-minute break, but you never got around to it. But I'm not going to pay you for the 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're saying the same thing. So we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we just want to make it clear to anyone looking at the agreement and following it. Just because, were you on break? Well, you should have had your break. Well, actually, I was on duty because I wasn't allowed to leave my desk. It's kind of to clarify that situation.
Okay. Okay, well, we got 3 minutes for another question.
I was going to call a caucus to see if we had, I had some discussion, but since we have 3 minutes left, we can get to the end here.
Okay.
All right. So at this point in the agenda, we would scribe out our joint communication, right, of what we discussed tonight and what we intend to discuss on, I believe it's April 17th.
I wrote it up last time.
I knew you might
Sounds like
say
a
that.
tradition.
I will open a Word doc here. Give me 1 second here.
Did you all send that out, or what is your intent? What do you want to do with this communication? Because I didn't see that it came from the district.
We did not share it out broadly. We have it just as an efficiency to ensure that we're on the same page around what was discussed today and what will be discussed next time.
Okay.
It serves more as a record for us.
Okay, sounds good.
Yep.
Jespa countered on the MOU.
All right, give me 1 second. Sorry about that, everyone. This is taking a little bit to pop up here. All right. Right.
And gave its proposal with respect to compensation and benefits. District countered on its proposals on Articles 5 and 8. It's about as bare bones as you can get. Anybody want to add anything to it?
Did we add what'll happen next time at the end?
Yeah, that's what
Last
we'll
time.
jump
It's
into
worth
now.
talking about, if nothing else.
So we had agreed to bring our financial proposal on the 17th. So on April 17th, the district will counter Jespa's initial financial proposals, compensation/benefits, on April 17th. Jespa will, do you intend to counter Articles 5 and 8?
Yep, can add that.
Counter districts. Articles 5 and 8. Oh, I will add to this that we will end the FNS MOU. Sorry if I skipped that. Do you think we'll be able to accomplish anything else that evening? I know we still have MEQs to talk about. Certainly does not have to be on the 17th, but if we're feeling ambitious.
Go ahead. Let's add it.
Are you planning on presenting first?
On MEQ, did you say?
Yeah.
I believe, what does it say? The MEQ will be compared.
I think this is Article 16-ish.
I believe FNS would have to bring and provide the data for review on the MEQs.
The district.
And it says no later than April 15th, so we're right around that date.
How about we agree to discuss the MEQs at the next session? That allows some time to review what we're responsible for. Does that feel okay?
Does next session mean 17th or 24th, just to clarify?
17th. Article 16. I'll add that to be consistent. Okay, anything else to summarize here?
Well, we'd like you to counter our proposals. But I imagine.
I have FNS, MOU, and compensation and benefits. Right, that concludes tonight's bargaining session.
The only,
Sorry, Darcy.
the only minor thing that we still had from our first session was the housekeeping item on Article 3-2-4. I think it's just a numbering issue.
Yep.
And our previous proposal, you guys were going to bring, or at least discuss language on 1-7, the bargaining unit work. You said you were open to that.
We are.
If that's too much, then next time, just, you said anything else, and I.
Yep, no, I appreciate you pointing those things out. We have not lost track or sight of those things. I think we have a pretty full agenda for the 17th. Perhaps we could discuss bringing those two items forward on the 24th. Okay. Then that concludes tonight's bargaining session. Interpretation headphones, if you just want to leave them on the table, we'll collect those and I'll make sure that they get back to the appropriate people.
Thank you.